Reach for my hand, I'll soar away into the dawn. Oh, I wish I could stay here in cherished halls, in peaceful days. I feel the edge of dawn, knowing time betrays. Silver shines, the world dines, a smile on each face. As stress surrounds, comfort abounds, and I can feel I'm breaking free. For just this moment lost in time, I am finally me. Yet still I hide behind this mask that I have become. My blackened heart, scorched by flames of force I can't run from. As I live out each peaceful day, deep in my soul, oh, I don't like it there. So I wish I could hide away, hold tight to what I love, keep cool, fade at bay. As the rain falls on the path, I chase your shadow. I don't feel a single drop or the ground below. When you turn to me and I stop before I know, and rely upon my lips, I let it go. Cross my heart, making vows I know will be betrayed. A sad girl's please, live only for what
I hope the next Fire Emblem has music that bangs this hard. I know these are covers, but like even the originals are really good. What do I got for today? We're gonna play Arise until I beat it, or until 1:30 a.m. hits, when I'm going to then leave to do a little bit of homework before I go to bed. Because I have to catch a flight Thursday morning at 5 a.m., which means I'm going to sleep on the plane. Pause the music. I have to launch Tales of Arise still. I forgot to do that. There I am. We got the light of the fish tank as opposed to the light from the sky and the fucking screen. Oh my god, that's so fucking bright. I have everything on. Really is insistent on flashbanging me. Oh, the beginning changes completely. Oh, it really does. It actually swaps it. Okay. I thought that was just like if you get halfway through the game, it plays it then. No. So we have, I think, 2 or 3 dungeons left. We're close to the end of this game. Would it be pretty awesome if I could beat it before I leave? Yes. So play the new one first and the second one if you sit on the title screen long enough. Oh, okay. That checks.
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell?
Poor Hootle.
He seems kind of out of spirits.
Also, hey, Nix.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cyslodia.
Galaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Dan and owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in.
Hello.
Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby.
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his
I'm about to
wings
say,
ended up looking like a colorful painting.
It's gonna be a
I think
rainbow
he
owl.
suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels!
He was not happy by that
Off,
idea.
will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
This is my favorite
Fascinating.
animal
An
companion.
appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
Cool. Can I fast travel? Yes. I believe we are one. I'm gonna stop at the campfire because I believe we're
Looks
one.
like we made it here in one piece.
We're one rest away from second Mystic Art. Theoretical second Mystic Art. Was pinging me. Oh. Aw.
Look lively. Hootle and I are raring to go.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
Says the guy who can't stop yawning.
Oh, that's got me going. That sucks. More beef stew.
This flavor, why it rivals the cooking of my own chefs in the...
No, no. I think Rinwell. We've had a couple. Oh God.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a
I
little?
don't know who's the closest to the 5th meeting. I think it's
What's
Shion.
wrong? You're looking pretty down. Something on your mind?
Yeah, you could say that.
Son.
It's just, well,
There's something that's been eating away at me for a long, long time. Do you mind if I share it with you?
Sure.
Of course not. I'm glad to listen.
See, my mom and dad used to tell me I shouldn't go around casting magic. But there was one time I did, behind their backs.
Uh-oh.
And when I did, Almadria showed up.
Oh.
I hated Almadria for destroying everything I loved. But what
Oh.
I hated most was myself. For breaking my promise to my parents. Even though I swore I'd get revenge, there was always this nagging part of me that wondered if I even had any right to do so.
Rinwell, it was Almadria who killed your family. Don't torment yourself over one mistake.
How can you say that when my mother and father died because of me?
This may not comfort you much, but I'll say it anyway.
Yikes,
I
this
have
is
a
starting
feeling
kind of
your
heavy.
parents always knew something like that might happen.
What do you mean?
There was always a chance that someday someone was going to find you.
Actually,
and your
kind of,
family.
yeah.
But
Yeah?
even knowing the risks, they still taught you magic. And there are two reasons I can think of for that. First, your talent. Second, they were hedging their bets.
Huh?
Did say heading their bets?
On what?
Yeah, miss
On you,
caption.
Rinwell, on how you turn out when you grew up. Sure, learning magic may invite danger, but it would have been even more dangerous to live in hiding without being able to defend yourself. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they taught you magic. And I think they did it because of how much they loved you.
Because my mother and father loved me.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't be putting words into your parents' mouths.
No, it's okay. I used to think I would have been better off if I never knew how to use magic. And if I'm really honest with myself, sometimes I still think that.
Oof.
But after traveling around with all of you guys, I've learned that there are things I can do with magic. That there's a point to it after all. So I'm going to keep trying. I'm gonna try and accept it as part of who I am.
How dare you
want to
assume
use
her
it to protect
parents
my
loved her?
friends.
How could
To
you?
protect the future of Dana. Do you think that's selfish of me?
Not at all.
To protect
I
others?
wouldn't want it any other way with you, Rinwell.
I don't think that's how that checks.
Good night.
At all.
I want to go back to bed.
No new Mystic Art. Sag. I just want to get to the second Mystic Art. Oh, we're zooming in.
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from...
Oh, this is where I first came over.
Out of my way!
Against that monster. Monster.
a
That
comfortable limp.
monster's dead, the gal. Go up. At least you got one more after that one? Okay, so I have one more with Shion and one more with Rinwell, and we have their Mystic Arts. But we're gonna do Shion's first. Oh man, I can't be this tired.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Well, there's a lot of things that could be, sir.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Oh,
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
if she sacrifices herself in this so help me God, if this Final Fantasy X, I'm gonna screech. Odds of Shion ever using it are slim as hell, but having it available is nice. But I want to see it possibly used.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava bursts
That's
out
my
in
only
front of us or
goal.
anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid.
And then
you let a
Rinwell's because
rock
she
fall on your
probably
head,
will,
Locke.
maybe? I know Rinwell's is hard because of the whole difficulty in casting combos. I've still never seen it myself. Shion's or Rinwell's? Rinwell's easy enough to pull off manually? Okay, okay.
So hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of...
We're in a volcano. Damn, okay, well, hopefully I can see it. Well, there's no way we're climbing that, so it seems. Allow me to step in. Wait, you're not thinking you're trying to vault over with the rod, are you? Well, I hadn't thought of that. In any case, stand back. I'll handle this. Oh, can he restore those things? A new map action? At, like, the end of the game?
I won't forgive you.
You picked the wrong fight. I'll take you all on.
Come on. Out.
I'll show you how useful I can be.
Try hard fighter. You're mine. No escape.
Far enough. Now.
There we go.
Instant. Impact block. Not a chance.
Sometimes you just gotta really deal some damage, you know?
Severing wing. This one's all mine.
Yeah, and it unlocks a bunch of all the small spots, too. Oh, like all across the world? Or...
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Looks like we came out on top.
We just need to make sure we stay there.
Right. And without totally overdoing it.
I'm trying to think of anywhere I've seen something like this.
You can make plants grow instantly?
Mostly Calaglia, but there are some, might be
What
some
if
more.
we use
Oh,
this
okay.
for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
An opponent like this should be easy.
We are already levels ahead.
It's a duel of the arts.
You're mine.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you truly. I never miss.
Shoot him.
We've turned the tables on him.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back. It's on. Let's lift up.
Now. This ends now.
I did chuckle at that fertilizer line. It's a good... It's clever. A lot of the writing in this game is really clever. I like the party
Should make for
interactions.
some good weapon crafting material.
And at this point, I think I'm like pretty confident I can say I really, really like all of these characters. Like I used to, you know, I made the comment about the everyone that's not Shion and
Go no further.
Alphen being secondary characters, and like to be fair, I feel like those two are the main protagonists, but like still, I think it's just a testament to how great these two are.
Remind me to stay on your good side.
That's my cue. Do it. Astral energy. Full go.
Like Rinwell grows like a better character with like literally every new thing we find about her. Law's funny and has that like kind of, you know, group clown block. Doleem's your resident serious character. A lot of really, really good party members going on. Oh, Keegan, I don't know if you're still here. I saw you launch Bannerlord. I don't know if you're actually still listening or just lurking. They have a multiplayer campaign mod for that game now. They've already figured out a way to make it.
Sting. And my throat feels super parched.
And yeah, Kisari's mommy. I mean mommy.
Have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
Glug, glug, glug. There goes all my water.
Get lost.
Now you see what I can do.
No, we almost got a free boost on the first combo. Come on.
This one's got your name on it.
With
Cool.
this, I can become even stronger.
Rimwell and Law level 42 somehow? I don't understand how the XP distribution works. They should all be the same level, right? That's how my brain sees it.
This one's got your name on it. Right here. I got flying free. If they just sit still.
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Strong. Look sharp.
Lightning Tiger Blade.
No, you can't. Azure Storm. Severing Wind. Take this.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Why'd you heal me? So that we have our main sword wielder alive?
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
Make it rain.
Rising Falcon. Dragon Swarm.
With precision like that, I'm glad you're not on the other side.
Likewise for you and that shield.
Best to stay in one another's good graces then.
Completely forgot to cast the Mystic Art. Oops. I think if a character is dead, they don't get as much XP. I'm pretty sure they get some, but I mean... Oh, okay, that would do it. That would add up. Although I still feel like Alphen would be number one. I'm usually pretty good about not letting the enemy ever survive. Oh, there's XP was at 0. Fair. That makes sense. XP. Yeah, I'd have to check. Like, I need to check, I guess, and see like where everyone's XP is compared to each other.
Let's dispose of this.
I'm here looking for. Come on. I say I'm here looking for chests. That's the word I'm looking for.
Rising Falcon. One more. Mirage. Orochi's Fury.
Leave the enemy's arc to me. Maybe my arc do have a place in this world.
Sure. There's tons you can do.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Get him. Obelisk Blade is one of the least frequent ones for me, besides Dohaleem's and Rinwell's. Although I did have that one a lot the last time I played.
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
Oh, level 5 Hexbreaker. Don't mind me.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
It's also the least flashy. It's still a cool one, but yeah, it's definitely the least flashy.
In a vine. Aim for the weak spot. It's over.
The enemy wields arc too.
You'll soon see about that.
Rising Falcon. Severing Wind. Now. Shattering Kisara.
Got him.
Commander of Heaven.
The fact that crits restore an entire AG is utterly broken if my crit rate is as high as it is.
Soaring Light Spear. Rising Falcon. Strike.
Get him. Is there another enemy? Sure is.
Say no more.
That's probably the most flashy, just because it has the most elements in it. Gothic dress? That has to be her. Yeah.
Design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must
Alphen
really
is
like it,
into
Alphen.
goth girls. Confirmed.
Guess I misread the landing.
No, you read it great. We're alive. You don't take fall damage. Deep breaths. Is there another chest? We do this for the loot, guys.
Go no further. I never miss.
Come and face me.
Don't mind if I do.
Will this help?
You have to aim for the bright area on their back. Blazing cascade. I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Carve through armor.
Oh, heaven forbid yours can kill things.
Coming through. Ha! Now,
Do the boring one.
Scarlet Inferno.
I'll heal you all.
Take this.
On guard. Healing circle.
Thanks. Mirage.
A whirling circle.
Not a chance.
There we go.
You're finished.
A whirling circle.
Through escape.
I never threw.
What's up, Tate?
Azure Storm. It's go time.
Here, let me help.
Hurricane Thrust. Mirage.
In here.
Armor won't save you.
I'll be safe
It's
on
on.
my watch.
I'm not done.
Hook shot.
It's over.
Do it.
Got him.
Go for it.
I made my mission to spoil myself this entire game so I can spoil you. I will ban you with no. Okay, I was say, with no remorse.
You're mine. Through escape.
Just in case.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Good idea to include that.
Get toasty.
How was your day, man? Was it better than your last 2 weeks have been?
I feel sprightlier than before.
We got
Brigandine? Is that me? That's her.
some good equipment.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Oh, poor Kisara.
Get lost.
Here I come. Azure Storm.
Shield and wind.
I'm gonna say it. Armadillos have always been and will always be my least favorite enemy type in any Tales game.
In a bind.
Not like a hot take, just a my take.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Going in.
It's over.
I'm ready. Time for the flames will roll. In here.
You're mine.
Today was halfway decent. Hey, that's better than what you said the last few days have been, so we take that.
You've gone and ticked me off.
Win.
Where are you going?
Mirage.
Here, let me help. This one's mine. Do it.
Got him.
This ends
It's sometimes it was really chill, and other times it was crazy. So a mix. Are more people coming back from the from like winter break and stuff?
Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Any armored shield, high defense. Agreed. Agreed. Not even that they're necessarily hard, just annoying.
Don't worry, I've got plenty to go around.
Don't mind if I do.
Steal all of them.
More with that Do it. Astral energy. Full throttle.
a flawless victory.
Naturally. In here.
Take this. Through escape.
Down we go.
It's over.
You done.
Dragon Swarm.
Glacial spear.
Flame inside me. Yours to be let free. Azure Storm. Ha! Burn in hell. Azure Storm.
Cool.
We managed to pull through.
Oh, she has SP accumulated. Ooh. Hello? 40 defense. cheek.
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most
It's the
definitely.
cloak. So does this dungeon just have a new cloak for everybody, or new like armor piece for everyone?
Though I won't make
Oh,
any
please tell me.
promises.
Please tell me.
Which one is it?
Essentially, this dude wants to buy. Sure, sure. I should probably start wearing my retainer now that you mentioned that.
Little help.
Although it might be too late.
In a bind?
Regardless, completely unrelated to the story.
A whirling pebble. Winds of heaven. Hurricane foot. Aim for the weak point. In here. Hurricane foot.
Severing wind.
Going in. Photon alert. Here goes. Now. Astral energy.
Yeah, that one golem. Bitch, wait.
Nicely done.
800 gold. Love that. Okay, so I'm like trying to figure out to make sure I explore everything. So we gotta kill these guys.
Little help.
Where are you going? Get behind me.
And in the company, you have to buy retainers every 6 months in order to keep the lifetime warranty we offer, okay? And if you don't buy retainers in over a year and you want to buy new ones, we need to set up the customer for a new scan and impression. That makes sense. Your teeth can shift a lot over that time. Sure. This dude just refused to do that. Just not anything else. Just went, no, I'm not gonna get my teeth scanned. Just send me new ones.
Get toasty.
It's the same guy who, if you did do that, would complain they don't fit.
Air thrust.
Just saying.
Sometimes I wonder where you come up with those moves.
I could say the same to you.
Good thing we're on the same side, huh?
Is there any reason? Oh, there's a chest.
Hi, Hoodle.
Take this. I'm not done.
Save you!
The flame inside me yearns to be
Raging cascade.
burn.
That flame inside me line makes me think of Gurren Lagann every time he says it.
Freeze Lancer.
Dude just wanted new ones with his old prescription. I said I couldn't, and he'd be like, "Oh no, you're lying. No, you can't. You just don't want to." Why do people immediately think, man, they just don't want to give me them? It's this customer service rep who just doesn't want to do it. I love that. I love that.
Could have been worse.
I'd actually probably start responding with people with, now I don't. That's why I can't do it. Free gold gel, that's useful. There's something on the ground over there.
Let's dispose of the trash. Where are you going?
Yearns to be set free. You're totally right. The company does not want to make money.
Time to let it rip.
That's our goal. No profit.
I'm not done. Here I come. Rising Falcon. Orochi Fury. I'll burn it all.
Got it. I'm pretty sure it was all due to the fact that he got snacking from another chick who was in fact going to order the retainers to the fucker for some reason. Oh, so someone else didn't do their job correctly. Okay.
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot.
That's even better.
No escape. Azure Storm.
Their arms were interrupted.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Severing wind.
One's mine.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Looking
Oh, okay.
fearsome, Rinwell.
You must be rubbing off on me.
Let's kick some ass, kid.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. You're
Boink.
really, really strong, Alphen.
I'm just trying to do the best.
Go for it.
Then I got shot on for that smiley face. By your boss?
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
Say la vie, say la va. Work sucks sometimes, man. I know that's not comforting, but like, I'm kind of one of those, that's the way, oh, by the customer. Okay, I was about to say. Like, if your boss shit on you, that's kind of fucked up, but like, at that point,
Watch where you're
it's just like a,
going, everyone. If you
what
fall,
can you do?
there'll be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try and...
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
Not necessarily.
Equipment. Cool.
Both of them
Is there
contain-
another one? There better be another something for 51 more CP. Yeah, shortcut. Oh. There's shit over there to collect. Game's trying to give me shortcuts around the enemies.
Like moths to the flame.
But I guess that's useful like later on. If I were running through this area again for some reason and needed to skip all these like armadillos.
I'll smash you!
Think we overdid it?
I'll take you all
There we go. I feel like Kisara would have a really easy rank 2 Mystic to activate.
Eat this! Azure Storm!
This one's mine.
Azure Storm!
Healing circle.
You're mine!
Sweet now. Back into the fray. A freezing
God damn it.
storm.
Rising Falcon!
Anything in armor is all mine. Now, Kisara, go for it.
Getting a lot of Celsius Fury today.
Sweet now. Get on in there with the others.
Words are so hard.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
No choice! You're mine!
Nothing gets
I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen hers yes, but I also don't use her much.
Sweet now.
Well, I assume. Oops.
Don't mind if I do.
Now you see what I can do.
I mean, I assume if I set it up, they would just use their Mystic Art. Like the Mystic Art I tell them to use, right? Like if I said, hey, I want you to use your new Mystic Art, they would combo until they did. Also, fun fact, I like backs. Even better when they're fun.
Here's the evil.
Mirage! Not a chance! Win!
Freeze Lancer. Radiant Surge. Lion Howl.
Do you know what the excuse people always use when they don't order a Tanner server 1 year and don't want to get scanned? Go for it.
Little
Possibly. Possibly.
Glacial Spear. Here's evil. Water Sphere. Freeze Lancer.
Ooh. Shion got wrecked.
More with the the weak point. Going in. Fire complete. Hold on. Mega Ray.
I'm not done!
Annihilation. Mega Ray.
Dragon
Lay of power of water. Annihilation.
No escape!
It's
There we go.
finish this.
Oh, but I've been wearing these retainers for a whole year and they still fit.
Consuming wildfire.
Naturally.
Will this
Here I come!
going in?
You're mine!
Healing circle.
Mirage!
Tiger blade. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Raging
Shock!
There goes the score.
Take it down.
Smash you! Win! Mirage! Dragon Swarm! The flaming
Anything fits if you force it to. I mean, anything fits if you just put it in your mouth for a year and it holds all your teeth in a certain order. So their teeth are fucking different.
Astral energy was
No, they
incredible.
can't bend. They're made of
gave it
plastic.
everything I had.
Retainers can't bend, Tate. I don't know what you're talking about.
Calcified.
I'm a certified dental
What
expert.
kind of poem is that?
A sparse one.
A sparse one. Thanks, Dolim. This second room seems a lot shorter. In fact, I'd argue that the second room seems like a boss fight. Thoughts? Hey, do you guys think this might be a boss arena? Big open area? Normalize putting bosses in hallways to confuse people. Yikes. Yikes.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
Apparently, according to the article, retainers and
But why
lovers, the
this
company retainers
location?
start bending over the time,
If
which is
the
why we keep
purpose of the wedge
incentivizing.
is to
Ah,
harvest
okay.
Dana's astral energy.
I'm sure part of that's also profit
Figure
motivated.
that out later.
Peepo Thong.
Thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on.
Let's go. This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know
Huh.
if you need healing.
It doesn't tell us how much health it has.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone.
Anything in armor is all mine.
You got that, Law?
Tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have?
I can't even attack.
Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
Yikes.
Summoning Zoogle?
Take care of them while keeping an eye on it.
Oh, this one is mega easy. Oh, okay.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Not today.
Glad to hear that. Oh, okay. Well, and you know, okay, you also small attacks on the battlefield too. That's fine. That's we can deal with that. Oh my god. Yo, Tate, you know what this thing's currently reminding me of? That very fair and totally not bullshit final boss in Trails in the Sky 1. It can hit you. Yeah, we're noticing that. How much health does this fucker have? Holy hell. More than a normal one, that's for sure.
No escape. You picked the wrong fight.
Dude, a chick can't remember Lily asked me if she could have. I mean, at least they asked, you know what I mean? I had to read that twice, that's why I pulled the thing down. I thought I was misreading it. Is there an FAQ for that? I actually haven't beaten Trails in the Sky 1 yet. I had it on PSP, never beat it. Almost did, though. I beat it before we played... Kate, do you remember when we played after we played Trails in the Sky 1? Might have been Fire Emblem 7. So I got it on Steam. I haven't played yet. 1 was a good game. There's a lot of dialogue if you're trying to stream. Like a lot of dialogue. The search apparently makes... Huh. Who would have thunk? It was every 7. Okay. Maybe I can play it when I beat the second and third chapters. That's fair. Just ask my French kid. Man, people are just like horny with these retainers on. I feel like the last like, obviously no offense, the last person I would ever want to ask about that is the helpline. I'd rather just take advice from the internet
This ends now.
than ask that to another person. You know?
Here come more.
You'll just have to keep fighting.
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
The flame inside.
No place here.
Hurricane now.
You're dead. So these are weaker.
Think we overdid it? Not by a long shot.
Yeah, these are like normal health.
You picked the wrong fight.
Don't mind if I do.
If you get Rinwell's like boost off on like 3 enemies, you basically get it back for free. That's kind of wild.
I think the enemy's getting desperate.
Got them where we want them.
Don't tip your hand.
As impressive as always.
Oh, and in my team, huh?
No, I mean you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion
Any boost? Oh, okay. Damn it.
Get toasty.
I have a bunch of female coworkers who send screenshots to them for their Instagram and others. Yikes. Yikes.
Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem.
And quite frankly, I find it hilarious. I mean, that just kind of sucks to have to deal with, though, for them. I get it. It is kind of funny.
You picked the wrong fight.
Confiscated. Hold on to your arc. Here I come.
Ow.
Here, let me help. This one's mine.
Taste it. Win. Devastation.
Confiscated. They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Rinwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Damn it.
I'm not done.
Whirling struggle.
Not today.
Winds of heaven. Vertigo. Here goes.
Is that a meteor? It's not a friendly meteor. Damn it.
Their arcs were interrupted.
I find hilarious when people just try picking up from a helpline. I mean, that's true. It's like, my guy. Oh, my party is gone. Like, they're gone.
Ready to go. Not in your dreams.
Come on. Like, there's a time and place. The Hell Pop line is not neither of those.
Fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Come on. I think they're on the wrong helpline. I know what you mean there.
I really don't.
Speaking of bad timing, they should be on the therapy hotline. I had instances of people refusing to talk to me because I'm not American. That checks. That also checks. I think you mentioned that before.
It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone.
Well, that wasn't very nice.
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender.
The person asked if everyone was okay is currently unconscious.
We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
Healing circle?
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just watch and learn. That's enough.
Ah, yes. The easy one-strike enemy. I'll ignore Nightbot. Actually, no, bully Nightbot. Like, I work on chats, so there's no fucking reason people should actually give a shit
Everyone
about it.
okay?
Yeah. You speak good
Yeah,
English,
I
too.
think so.
Like, who cares?
That
I
thing
get,
scared
like,
the
when
pants
people
off me.
barely are able
It
to
felt
speak
like it had a
English and you
different aura
only
than
speak
other
English,
seagulls,
it's
didn't it?
frustrating, but, like,
Yeah.
it's
It wasn't
text
like
chat.
the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it
Yikes.
came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
One down. Unrelenting Blaze. Increase maximum AG again. Oh, hello. This is more flame edge stuff. Strengthen counter edge. Sleepy holy. Oh. Okay. Okay.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Level 43's out here now. As annoying as shit like me, at least I get cool stories to share later. Exactly. Exactly. I wonder what's up here.
Hey, is that it over there?
Bruh. This feels so bizarre. It feels really like, I don't know how to explain it. It's interesting, right? Because like when I think of any Tales games, I don't think future. Supreme Ignis Roar. Gaming Nature. 3rd edition. Supreme Rockwall. Supreme Flaming Gauntlets. Hello? Spend 400,000 gold. Got an achievement. See, this is pissing me off a little bit. Whatever. Craft and equip a Petrum pole, or craft a Petrum pole. 79. This is better stats all around. Craft and equip that. There we go. We've created, I believe, every weapon possible at this point. Oh, we still haven't made a basic rifle. That's my bad. That's on me. Oh my god. That's really funny. So the gold chunks. Anything good in here I can use? Oops. Sell. 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 Guess we're gonna do with that. That's right, we're selling it. Cool. I could craft accessories.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Yeah, we just did. All right, cool. This starship's absolutely in working order. Doesn't look broken down at all.
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before.
Oh. Flashback or no?
This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Well, well, well.
3 centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn. I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
He just takes off and leaves.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right.
Well, he is carrying
Thanks, you guys.
the hopes of Dana on his shoulders. So I guess he swapped it out?
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but
Thanks,
how about we use
Rimwell.
this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave. We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Watching some hockey, but had to drop
Let's
you the
try
lurk.
not to stay away
Of
too
course,
long.
thank you for the lurk. I
I'd hate for
appreciate it.
anything to happen
I
to
hope
the
your
place
stream
while
went
we're
well.
gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution
After the
to
egg
ensure we have
fiasco.
no regrets. I shall leave it up to you
As
to
long
how
as you're
we
not playing the
proceed,
Penguins,
Alphen.
go Canucks.
Works for me.
She's up to something. Stream was great. Lordy the egg took forever. Yeah, I only just learned about the whole eggs not giving you XP lately, too. Quite the shock. Or not the egg, sorry. The, daycare.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever
Place is a
imagine
lie
we'd
now,
be going to
jeez.
Lenegis?
It's kind of fucked up to call it
After all,
daycare now,
this is
too,
the
because,
sort
like, the
of thing
whole
I was
point of
rebelling
it's for, like,
against when I ran away
breeding.
from home, right?
So I guess you gotta call.
I'm sure
That's all I
Zephyr
think
would
why
be
they started
proud
calling
if
him
he
the
knew what
nursery
Summer's
as
doing right
well.
now.
And
It's
a
just kind of a
little
love
shop,
hotel now.
too.
Yeah, I don't like
We're
calling it a
defined the
daycare,
order of
but
things
like
that
that's what my brain
persisted for
says because I'm
300 years.
I play from like
Deep down,
fire red leaf
I knew
green.
our
That's what I'm
journey would
used
lead
to.
confronting Lenegis.
The Pokemon
Yeah,
daycare.
you may be, but you're a Renin. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
Although I guess it's kind of just
No
as
offense
messed up back
taken.
then.
And this is no picnic.
Now I have to
for me,
rethink
either.
everything.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renin homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be
Enjoy.
able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right?
I can't tell
And
if
it's not
we're
just
about
us.
to go like
If places like
power
Ren
of
and Sia can
friendship
do
this
it,
last place,
Then why can't
or
we?
There are still many of
literal
my kind who
genocide.
believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on
Because
Lenegis
we're
who have
probably
never
about to
stepped
go
foot on
kill
Dana.
a
I doubt whether they
lot of
even
these
listen to
people.
Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he's
We're
not
gonna
wrong.
Sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
I have questions. Oh,
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good
Ask
chance
away.
the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegus. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissalma too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns.
What in the heck? Neither TBH is kind of interesting how it all happens.
Xion?
Wild that it's neither of those two options.
Yeah.
Atharia, the basic idea of this game is that this planet that you can see in the sky, kind of usually, decided that this entire planet that this guy's from is subservient to them, and they're going to enslave the entire population, and so you basically lead a resistance. And now we have to go to the planet that they're from, like a star station that they've built around our orbit, and we're basically about to go just murk a bunch of them. Is what I know so far. Xion's gone. No, it's not just it's a pretty game with a fucked up plot. Your party
Where'd
disbanded.
Xion
Not
go?
again.
How
No.
could she just go off on her own?
Yeah, it's a great game. It's really, really good. Oh, hello? So if this thing starts up, oh, thank God. Don't let her go off by herself. No.
Xion.
Similar to Nier in playstyle? Close. Close.
It's your thorns?
Instance-based fights, but other than that, similar. Oh no.
You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do
It's
that.
a good game. If you can get it on sale, it is very, very fun. Uh-oh.
Stay out of my way.
Whoop. I play it on Steam.
Wait a second.
But
You're planning to go alone?
if
Shut up.
oh
you do
no,
this?
hold on.
I told you to shut up.
I always say Steam. But if you have a PS5, probably look it on that.
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Go fix everything by yourself, Tate. Yo, based on how loud he was yelling, yeah, but I say the rest of the people are gonna be here now. They all come rushing over. Like, huh?
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Use your controller on PC games. I don't like keyboard and mouse controls usually.
That he had killed you back there.
That
I
wasn't the first
specifically
time.
have this PS4 controller right
The
here
first time
to sit on my
was when
computer.
I was only a child.
Oh no.
After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Oh.
Couldn't die. So you're immortal? How's that even?
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why. But my thorns will never let me die.
So I had that PS4 controller just to say I have it and continue to
least
play
not before I
PC and
meant to.
or play mouse and keyboard because
You
it bothers
can't
some
die
people.
Before your death?
Just like riling them up.
When my thorns free themselves,
This.
be my death.
Oh
I've seen it.
no.
A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissalma was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
Fuck
Naturally,
you.
You turned your back on your fellow
Not
rebels.
again.
Chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
Enjoy the work.
That was the plan.
That was the plan? Oh!
But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
This is just gonna hurt me tonight. Is that what's gonna go on? This stream is just gonna be me near, like, on the verge of tears.
Don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
That's too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Elfin?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Elfin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean
It's done better here than
that
in
it'll be
Kingdom
the
Hearts
end of
Boots.
everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone.
True.
I'll fight as well.
Here it is.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
Woo!
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
Nah, it'd be much more impactful coming
And
from
I, for
Goofy and
one,
ending
don't
with the
believe this
gorge.
venture is without hope.
Gorge.
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns.
Uh-oh. What's this?
The true
What's this
nature of
music
which
coming in?
I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys,
Opening music number 2.
so stubborn.
ATND. It's pain is what all this is.
Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you.
Agreed.
So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Damn, what a scene. Oh. Ah ha ha ha. I really like the way, so okay. Quick another compliment to this game. One of my favorite parts about this game is the art style, not only of the game, but of the characters, okay? And what I like about the characters is, in some of the other Tales games, and this is kind of something with anime in general, the characters look about 80% complete. Okay, that... Interesting. Alright. Shion and Alpha and Dolan at the very least kiss. I'm a fucking flip on this shit. Fair. But what I was saying, what I really like about this game's like art style is the characters look not 12. You know, like this. That's what I mean. You guys know what I mean. Like in Tales of Berseria, the characters don't have a lot of like lines and things on their face to show you that they're older. Or in Zestiria, like Sorey looks like he's 14. He might be, but like he looks really young. And I mean, even in like Vesperia and some of the older ones, like all the characters almost look like chibis. And so when like big emotional scenes happen, sometimes it's like, yeah, it's, you know, it's cool, whatever. But I feel like when you have these characters that look like adults and they have adult problems, that was one of my biggest things I had to say about some animes. Like, I get it, it's a genre made for kids, but the shows that like have adults in them and actually like display them as adults and they look like they're older than like, you know, the high school kids of other shows, I think it makes those stand apart more. Sorey's 17, okay, but look at him, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean. He looks like if you were to pull up an anime where it's a bunch of kids going to school, and you put Sorey into that uniform, he would look like exactly like one of those kids. Whereas even if these guys are like, I think these guys are what? Well, Alphen's 300, but that doesn't count. I think the rest of them are like, well, Dohalim and Kisara are in their 20s. Law and Rimwell are younger, and you can tell. And Alfred and Shion are kind of in the middle, like theoretically 1918. I don't know. Maybe I'm just spewing out my ass.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand.
Ow.
Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
Ah, yes, the fluke theory.
I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
Cool.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
He's
Compared to
chilling.
what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
We're escaping
Shion
from
doesn't
that,
know how
Nyx.
lucky she is to
We're
have you
running
around,
away
you know?
from that while we
Dashing
play
and
video
desperate
games
the last
together.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns
Yeah,
have robbed her
fair.
of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again.
Ugh.
It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Fair?
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything.
No wonder she was always so
I
depressed.
thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as
I'm
friends,
trying to think of what
I
else
don't think she could have
Rimwell's
ever
VA
opened
has
up to
done.
us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an
I know
even
Boom
better
Crash
one
said
now.
it already, and I just can't
Yeah.
remember what he mentioned.
I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
There's no Shin or no
Did you
Shion
know?
conversation.
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off.
Madoka and Madoka
but I never
Magica.
could have imagined.
Interesting. Okay.
It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet.
Hmm.
But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world. we
Sao
can save
Silica, Hiromina
everyone.
Race,
And I mean it when
Minori,
I say
and
we,
Toradora. Bloom said this
I know.
one. I
No
knew,
lone
so
wolf
I
in
knew
it.
Minori from
Hey,
Toradora.
you're
Felt
the
in
expert on
ReZero.
what my dad would say.
Okay.
Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point. I
Azunian
guess I'll think it over
from
more then.
K-On.
That okay?
Which one's that?
Yeah,
Which
I
one
think
is
it
that
is.
character? Oh, never mind. We have to go to the edge of the cliff here to talk with Shion. And it's a cutscene one.
Hey, you doing all right?
Oh, okay.
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay.
Oh, Shiho?
It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma.
Happy. Okay, okay.
But after that day, one time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter
There's
that we
another
were
back
Renins.
picture. I'll
You
see.
cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
Because Jay is only 2 years older than me. Ooh.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Erica Lindbeck?
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Ah, okay. She does Futaba in Persona 5. She does... Oh, I know the other ones. I know she does Futaba. I never watched the English dub of it, but now I might now.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go.
Oh, man. You done ripping my heart out, game? You're doing a good job of it. Let's see if I hear it. I don't know the Back to the Future theme very well, so I might have to check later as well and see if I can hear it, if I compare the two.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights. It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... Well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Fall Knight.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone.
Okay.
And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right. Then let's go.
I'm gonna need to listen to the Back to the Future theme later. I don't think I hear it. It's been so long since I heard it. It's when the notes got strong. Considering how they just did the launch, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually was a reference. And not just a coincidence. We are actually in space.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
Believe it.
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Convenient. Do I need to talk to them?
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Another talk to all your party members? To be honest, I want to see a sequel, like more of the world. Like you only see a tiny ass part, probably smaller than North America.
How it had been 7 years. That's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to
There's more reasons
address.
than that. I want to see.
Come
We'll
back and speak
leave
to
that
me
for
when you
later.
finish looking around the ship.
Got it.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean
Owie.
they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence,
Yikes.
huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice
I'm gonna
myself
touch
to
her
save the
anyway.
world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
With 5 centimeters apart. Oh, this is oh, thank God it's a combined one. Okay. I guess they decided
Hey,
we've
Alvin,
only
listen to this.
we've done enough.
So Law and I were just talking, and
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And
Oh, we're
after all that
bullying
fuss
Law?
He made about naming the ship too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue
I was
with
just being
that,
mean.
Seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
That felt very much like an optional one. But hey, you know.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
Cryogenic sleep
It's a
thing.
healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No,
Hmm.
I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that,
But
Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence?
nope.
And needing to learn what it
Please
entails?
enlighten me.
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
We're gonna start bonking. Two story parts left.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegus.
Good thing we waited till
I'd
we were
like to
about to
know
land
more,
for
too.
this.
It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegus was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence.
Churn
and those
out.
lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danon. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts.
Wow,
You
that's
really
my
need
guess.
To ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
Checks.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegus?
I would wager
Hopefully.
so. Lenegus is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about
We
to
must be
land.
close.
The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
Right, it looks kind of like a flower now.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegus's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Oh, checks.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
She had to say it.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Seems convenient we can get in there.
What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst.
Convenient.
In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegus would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
The
It
Forbidden
stands to
Zone.
reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone.
This gives me immense...
Beyond that...
This is going to be a massive dungeon energy.
Wall lies a city full of Renins.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renins actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
Uh-huh.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Oh, well. Lots of zone warp pads. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, yikes. It appears something bad has happened. Is this how it's supposed to look?
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Oh.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
They don't care.
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden
Oh,
Zone
this
just
is
became
why
that
we
much
have
trickier.
zone war.
Dohalim? Is that you?
And we've been recognized.
Avakir. I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest?
Uh-oh.
And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
All 5 lords are dead. Well, except, well, 4 lords of
Someone
them.
you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
Oh.
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
Interesting. Maybe a Dolene
You really
backstory?
are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
So who's Faria?
Oh boy. Yeah, well. Of
If
course
what
it was
Abatir
law.
said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Search quests.
We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans
Perfect.
among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
To them?
What
Yes.
could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
I'm just...
Whatever their purpose,
I can't even
disrupting
imagine
their siphoning process
what
alone
the
won't
fuck
be
is about to
sufficient.
happen.
Not while we still don't know what their end game is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
But we're going to continue to
So,
stop
I've
and
been
chat.
wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
No, it made sense.
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Cool.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know.
Unfortunate for everybody.
We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Landis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed.
Hey, Frika, how you doing? We're currently
The
talking to
Ilkaris
people.
House has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes
Okay, I'm a
do
bit
me an
sick.
honor.
Ooh, is it just a cold, hopefully, or? Free shit. Seems to be I went and got tested. Oh, okay. Smart. And all that. Well, I hope it isn't like it's a mild cold and it gets better quickly. In all my years, never ever seen such potent healing arts. Thank you so much for taking the time to help an old woman like me. Fancy parfait recipe. And there's Shion's new title. Goddess of Kindness. Boost cage any defeats. Cool.
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form.
12.
I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renin vision of beauty.
Vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
What? Oh, I missed. Oh, there's another line. Damn it. Oh,
Your
wow.
lordship. Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you.
Hey, he talks faster. Monka
I
Christ.
descended to Dana during the last
Is that
crown
actually a
contest
Monka?
also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch
You have
the
Sag.
title,
I can.
returned.
So here's what we're
I
gonna do
witnessed the
next.
deaths of
At the
so
end of the
many
month,
slaves.
before my 18-hour
Sorry to
VN
interrupt,
stream,
but we're looking for a woman
I'm gonna make an
dressed all in
announcement,
red. Have
and
you
we're all
seen
gonna
anyone with that
vote
description?
on which Monkas we want from BTTV.
Oh, red, eh? No, I can't say I remember.
And I'll
anyone
change
like
out
that.
all my BTTV
I
emotes.
imagine she'd stand out somewhat too.
Because I don't think I've updated in 2 years.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry
at
to
this.
take up your time.
Oh, that's a great one. That's a good Monka.
Is
Hello,
everything
distraught
okay?
woman.
You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
What's this way?
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
He's getting so sick of it.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Cool.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
We go through the door.
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will.
Ow.
It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course.
Huh.
He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of...
I asked this question hours ago in this playthrough.
I haven't.
We've never met somebody from the planet.
In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign, though it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest.
Yes.
That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganeth Haros.
Yikes.
Is a new ceremony
I thought we
underway
had.
with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second.
F.
You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it.
Cool. Oh my god,
I
another
didn't
skit.
realize Renans oppressed their own kind too.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's
yet,
fine. Just a
weirdly, none of them seem
lot
to
of
mind.
story dropped
Am I
right
the only
now.
one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Uh-huh. Jesus Christ.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around
There's
town,
so many
the way they
skits.
suddenly become putty in your hands.
It's called
I'm
being
afraid I
seen
don't
as a
quite
god to
follow.
him. Or a god
I
to
do.
them.
It's called friendly intimidation.
Oh.
Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it. How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must.
Oh, we're just bullying
and
him.
It helps to
Okay,
be
this is kind of
old-fashioned,
funny.
Too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Sorry.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Sorry, my dad texted me. Do-do-do-do. Cool. Sorry about that. I had to take one more step.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegus now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Oh god, don't start giving me their backstory.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try and find some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegus.
Alright.
And luckily for
They're
us,
dumping
the people here are unaware of the
so
events on
much just
Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk.
dialogue and text at me. Is that the main quest? No, find the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. We'll worry about the other stuff later. Like, look how many people you can talk to. Jeez, okay.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegus's transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or
it's
in
all
another
really
way,
pretty until you see
the
these
area was simply
boxes.
luckier.
Like, these boxes look horrid.
What's this thing?
Like, the actual little towers, they look great, and then they're just box.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
Ah.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
That's
I
suspicious.
guess over holocom, maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. If even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
Hey, Fig, how you doing?
Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
We're currently going through
Forbidden Zone might give us some
super
answers.
text-heavy
No
part
use
of the
standing
game.
around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Getting a lot of backstory, a lot of pieces they're putting together for me. I'm a rabbit. You? I'm doing pretty good. Walk about 10 feet, and then we get another cutscene. Oh no.
Faria.
Oh boy.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still... kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit.
Yikes.
But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
Don't brag about that.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else.
Ma'am, he beat
just
you.
a coward!
No. No, he won that argument. Her face is also very unsettling for some reason. I don't know what it is. It's... Uh-oh. That's bad. Alphen's mask is gone. He's got all his memories back. He's 300 years old. A lot of stuff going on.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Yeah.
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Oh, we're finally actually going to delve into it a little bit, it looks like.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Owie! Is Dohalim being an edgelord now? And the music changes right back to this. Items, orange gel. What are they doing? Putting out fires. You're burning a Zoogle. I feel like I'm running through each of these areas, and I feel like something's gonna fucking give soon. Like, it feels like calm before the storm. Narrow hallways? Oh, okay. Like, we're gonna have to run all the way back through, and everyone's gonna be dead or some shit.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together.
Aww.
Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed.
Oh.
Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority, and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons.
Oh,
But
Dolines.
fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
I killed him.
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait. Don't tell me she doesn't know.
Or she doesn't.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty.
He's
Instead,
got
I
some
decried my fate
trauma.
and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So,
It's doing the
try not to
minor
blame
key,
yourself.
like, piano thing.
The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
What are
Sometimes just
Rinwell and
knowing
Law doing in
someone's
the
on your
background?
side can be enough.
Just like, we don't
And
know
he
what to
knows,
say.
Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Uh-oh.
Alphen,
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
Aww.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a
Aw.
medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
This shop been blessed by Lord Dolan and his servants. Is there anything I can help you with, my lord? Forge weapons. Ooh. That thing looks sick. These weapons are about to be, yes, so expensive. Assault shot. Oh my god, we are burning money. This is the lowest I've ever been. Do I even have things worth selling, or have I gotten rid of most of it? I mean, like... Cool. not meant to do. Just try and recoup some cash here. Ugh. So I sell some of these too. Like these revival rings. I'll keep those. Because I don't know if I can make them. But like this grid emblem, gone. The shitty, yeah. Those are worth it. All right, let's hope we find some money.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Because we certainly need it. Oh. Here comes the combat I was looking for.
Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well,
so much for them not wanting to fight. I'm Lord Dohalim of Helda Menencia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed enough. If they want to fight, they got one.
Oh well. Oh, sorry. Who was the person in the background? I completely missed that message. There was been focusing on things. That was one of Dohalim's like friends from the past before he came down to Dana. This is very difficult. There you go. Sorry about that. Yeah. There's a lot going on right now. And my brain is trying to just process a lot of it. But now we're back to combat, so I can focus. Come on. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Get him. All right. That fight was sketch for about 20 seconds. And then we took out the first dude.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they were wearing armor.
They weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more.
All right.
And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
Well, it's a good way of letting
The
us
Red
know.
Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron. We're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
I love how we're just assuming Volron's not dead now. Yeah, we impaled him with a We impaled him with a massive sword, but like, you know, he could still be alive. You never know. Burnt his innards out. No body, no death. That's how anime works. Welcome back, Tate. We're on Lenegis. Nobody here knows what's going on. Any depressing is all fucking. Yes, Dohalim's backstory. He had to kill one of his best friends, and one of his other best friends hates him for it. And now we're back to combat. You missed like a lot of just like skits and extra scenes as the game continued to try and explain more and more things to me. Why did he have to go? Because his best friend decided that they wanted to join. Just hug him. He deserves
This
it.
should come in handy when crafting weapons.
What was it? Basically, his friend also was trying to become a lord and fought him and tried cheating, and so Dolim had to kill him to save his own life.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Is this a joke? No, this hurts. There we go. Nice little bit of damage right there. I think we have the damage tick higher than before. A big ass bear hug. I don't think that's Kisara's style though. Which is important. Get him. He's only got 67,000 health left. Well, would you like Shion to give him a bear hug? I don't think either Shion or Dolim wants a bear hug from one or the other. There we go. No, I got know anything about this game. Fair enough. It is what it is. Shit. Perfect. Crimson Inferno. Nope, not even close. Well, I guess it was Scarlet instead of Crimson. Oops. It's pretty close.
I have to be in this world.
Don't worry, I've got.
Go no further.
Don't worry, we are almost the same level as the enemies again. Got him.
Consider yourself finished.
Here's a healing falling storm.
Easy and Snelling to me. Yeah, and Purple to me.
Going in.
We did it! My turn! I'll smash you! You picked the wrong fight!
Yo, we just hit that man with a fucking wombo combo. He is not doing hot.
You're mine!
He's gone.
Am I on a
what?
Well, look who's in.
I'll do my best. Escape my judgment. Blah, blah, blah. Look sharp. Too much to handle. You get
So much for talking it out.
look sharp.
We are hitting them with just the most evil and rude combat buildups I've hit on people yet, because they have so much health, but we're a higher level than we should be at this point. So everyone's got all these insane spells. He's done. He's fucking dead. He's getting Mystic Guarded. If he's alive... So much for being alive. Quick 39 hit combo.
Okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
41,000 gold. Oh, okay. I kind of need a lot more gold right now.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on.
Hello, Mr. Mantis. Oh man, this I can't tell if this is gonna be the super long dungeon or if we have another super long dungeon to look forward to. There you go. I just gotta keep hitting this Mystic Art and making it more and more powerful. That's my only goal. Because, right, I think if you use an ability more often, it, like, gets stronger? Question mark? Now? Oh, yes. Let's get some Xion. Xion Mystics. Beautiful.
Thanks, Kisara. Die! Consuming wildfire!
Just a small Mystic Art. Just a little bit of damage. A smidge.
Here, let me don't get in my way! Shattering pieces!
Oh, Rinwell. Rinwell cast? Yeah, there we go. He's alive? Never mind. This is like boss. Well, so that monster right there is a boss. Like that was a boss I already had to fight before I came on here. It has been turned into a basic bitch enemy I fight now. Please have enemies in here. Yeah.
Out of our way! Not in your dreams!
The flame inside me, yours to be let free.
Raging storm!
You're finished.
Trying to keep up with the wall!
Ignite.
A freezing fire!
Ow, 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 ow.
A whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! Now! Demons descend! Flashing fang!
So like most of these enemies have multiple thousands of points of health. I fucked up the. Yeah, I fucked up the Mystic there. I had it and then just like got too greedy for it.
Anything in armor is all mine. Carve through armor. Now, Dohalim, this one's got your name on it.
Action to action. Not a chance. You're on.
Will this help?
You're mine. Not a chance. Can't get out of this. Look sharp. You're on. Dragon form.
Goodbye. The base of that move is what makes it so good.
Sprightlier than before.
Just the boom when it hits. So good. Also, that Reg Sage and stuff, I probably should like start eating it because apparently it actually permanently increases my character's health and like other stats. And I have never touched it. Oh, please, 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 please. Oh, just in time. I'm trying to keep a combo up. I'm an idiot.
Not today. Inferno Cluster. Go for it. Prepare to crumble. My turn.
One down. I don't understand why that resets my combo sometimes.
Get toasty. Bird strike. Raising storm. You're mine. Ignite. You're on. Ferocious fury.
I fucked up that.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
We're getting like all the finishers using those boost group things,
I'm practically.
which says to me we're getting. My God, it's literally just room after room of this.
Bring him down. Now you see what I can do. A whirling struggle. That'll bring you down. I can read your moves like a book.
To be let free. Not today.
Come on. Down. Got him.
Say no more.
I'll take you all on.
Cool. We're just smacking them with all, like, it's just cutscening them. As we used to call the For Honor abilities that you couldn't react to, would be cutscening them. The best one was Centurions, where you'd knock them on the ground and you'd jump. It was like the eagle or Eagle's Talons, I think.
Everything I can with this power.
Make us proud, Alphen.
Yeah, we're counting on you.
20,000 gold.
I guess I am too. A little.
Let's go, Shion. Oh, look. One of what I'm sure is only one warp zones. I'm sure there will be no more warp zones. Well, a room.
This
I'm
must
actually
be
kind of
it.
surprised.
The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
Oh, that was only the entrance
just
to
a
the
wall.
dungeon.
How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Thanks.
Alphen.
That works surprisingly well.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
Uh-oh.
What?
What the?
That's a lot of astral energy.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone.
This is past Alphen, yeah.
One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
So did they all just see it?
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That's convenient.
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
Easy enough.
But how is that even possible? Unless...
I get the
Could
feeling
this
that
be
runs
the
up
Red Woman's
making
handiwork
babies with
too?
Alphen and
No,
Shion's.
I don't
They're
think
the
so.
Senate making episodes.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it?
Well,
the moment the entrance
because
opened, it was
Alphen
like a
is
stream of
from
Danon
that
astral
time.
energy
He's
rushing
like
over
he's
us.
actually as
I
old
felt
as
it
she
too.
is, so I would go with
Not for
no.
the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense.
Because he doesn't age,
After all,
so I don't think
vast amounts of
I could
Dana's
see why
astral
you'd say
energy
that
were
because
being
there I've
siphoned
seen
and sent up here to Lenegus.
I could see it,
For all we
but I
know,
don't think it's that
perhaps
at
we're
all.
close to the spot
I don't
where
think
all
there's
that
there's
energy
too
was
many
stored.
parts that prove that wrong.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my
Yeah.
ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
I could not.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here,
God.
it seems those
Big
same
sees it
Renans
too, I
might have it
think.
just as bad.
The possibility.
I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp.
Sweet
After that last
home
illusion, there's no telling what can
Alabama.
happen in here.
Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. We lost our what's it called? Our streak of fights. Gives me big boss from energy. I see a circle on the floor that could open up. Oh dear.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Wow. Wow. Oh, they're just standing around awkwardly. Yee. Uh-oh. Oh, this looks bad. Bro, what the fuck is this?
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
Oh, God. The tormented limbs.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zubas, then we get some answers. Aim for the weak spot.
Pierce evil, destroy darkness. Let go. Hear me, flame of fury.
Try harder! Good on! Now!
Blaze Ray Parker! Target blade!
Oh, boy. We're cutting these really close. Shion, honey, can I get some heals, please? I think I just... Out. Perfect. And this is where I'll be spamming celestial key codes and ending the fight in 5 seconds. Yeah, you know, fair enough. That looks bad. When is the... Wait, how do you get Celestial Hammer then?
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
I'll heal you.
Here I come.
Here I come. Blah, blah, blah. Take some holy
Dragon Swarm! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Coming through!
Bibliophile title from the same name quest. Ah, okay, okay. That checks then. Yo, bro, stop glowing blue and stop glowing blue. See what happens. Stop glowing blue. See what happens. Come on. So you get a weapon from materials from the final dungeon. Oh, okay. And so it begins. Hut, hut, hut. Is he gonna just keep spamming this? Yikes, we're low on life bottles. Gone. Smash the bug! Smash the bug!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
No, no more, no.
Another summoning. The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Nice shot, Xion.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
I only
Her.
punched her in the
I meant
gut
you.
as hard as I could.
Xion, please, can you treat her?
I can try, but
Yes.
I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case,
I'll take her off your hands.
What?
You?
Avakir.
Oh,
what
hey,
are
bud.
you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit.
Aw.
I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
Oh, not a bad guy.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong.
You're still blaming.
Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under
True.
orders from Almadria.
Also very
As
true.
for Tarnagan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that.
Owie.
Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much
Oh.
for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team.
Bro, I literally walked like 5 feet.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
I swear I can't walk more than 5 feet without a cutscene triggering in this place.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Uh-oh. This seems problematic. This is so weird.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now.
Huh.
No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
This
The
is
visions of the
such a...
apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
I don't know. I feel like the other, from what I've heard, the other Tales games aren't necessarily weird at the end
So,
like this.
Everything
Like, yeah,
we
you
just
have like a
saw,
big crazy fortress or like
Naori's
angels or
memories, right?
something, but it's like kind of
That's right.
medieval,
it was as if her
fantasy weird,
innermost
not
thoughts
like
were speaking
sci-fi,
directly to us.
Spike
At least I know
Chunsoft
they
weird.
weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want Oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Agreed.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then
So
I
this-
want to find out more.
Is this the final dungeon? I'm willing to let someone tell me
Shion's
yes or no
right.
on that.
All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of.
No? Oh my lord.
And I think they
What
may be the
percentage in
kinds
it?
of truths
What
I need to
percentage of the
confront
game
if
have
we're
I
going to
completed
keep
then?
fighting.
I'm curious.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns
90-ish? Okay,
Yes.
so...
And their
Hello?
source.
Hello?
A ceremony that occurred
There
3
you go.
centuries ago.
But we still don't know
Oh,
how
so
to
we're
get rid of
close to
them.
the end. Okay, okay,
I just
okay.
hope we can find a way.
I thought, like, you're telling me there's gonna be this dungeon and then, like, a Berseria level
So,
length dungeon at
we
the
might
end.
very well learn the truth behind
Which
Shion's
took me
thorns,
12 hours to
as well as
clear.
my own past.
I have flashbacks to that every time I get close to the end of a Tales game.
I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
LOL, no. Okay. I'm fine with that. The only way is forward.
I'm determined to save Shion and Dan.
Yeah, so, Fig,
Nothing
it took me
can change
3
that.
or 4 streams to beat the final dungeon of Berseria. And then there's an extra dungeon that's, like, more difficult. And I spent another 8 or 9 streams before I dropped the difficulty and then beat the last 3 floors on it in an hour and a half. I dropped the difficulty to the minimum, like, level.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Yeah.
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red
Tales is a
Woman?
JRPG
The
through
same
and through.
person who's behind all of this, I'll bet.
Which isn't a
Whoever
bad
that
thing.
is.
I'm just, it's...
Brainwashed or
you know.
otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
someone used her because they knew we'd hold back.
I've only made about 20-ish hours in this area, maybe a little more. I really, really, really like Berseria. It's
Someone
also...
here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
When did I stream that?
There's no
Oh my
question.
god, hold on.
That attack was
We-
meant for us alone.
By someone
go in
capable of
order.
getting inside a person and manipulating them like a
Berseria
weapon.
was one of the longest games I ever played on
to
stream.
find whoever
The
it is,
only game I've played longer than Berseria is Fire Emblem Three Houses, which I have almost 2 full playthroughs of. Berseria took me 88 hours, I think, on stream. It was a 24-part series, or something around that, and I streamed it in... It is kind of a mindfuck, but it was really good. I streamed it in, God, 2020. Hold on, what was that? Sorry, this looked somewhat important. And I know exactly what it's gonna be, but, you know. Cool, sorry about that. Fun thing about that, Fig. Exclamation point YouTube. That is on my YouTube playlist. That series. Let's see. Let's think back to it. I think. Let's do a little reminiscing, real quick. Yeah, almost. I think all of the games I've played on stream have folders on here, and have been like slightly edited to remove all time where I'm not actually playing the game. Yes, we have on here. I have part of Front Mission because I haven't beaten it yet. Yakuza 0 through 6, Fire Emblem: The Blazing Blade, Trails in the Sky, what I've played of Zonky, Scarlet Nexus, Cyberpunk, Dream Daddy, Tales of Zestiria, Fire Emblem 3 Houses, both playthroughs of it, or what I have of the second, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, Persona 5 Strikers, Nier Replicant, To the Moon, Danganronpa V3, Devil May Cry 5, Danganronpa, another episode of Ultra Despair Girls. I have 2 event streams, Valkyria Chronicles 1, Danganronpa 2, Eye of the Somnium Files, Hitman 1 and 2, Haven, Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc, Zero Escape 999, Valkyria Chronicles 4, and Tales of Berseria. I believe Tales of Berseria, if I look at this, is this the old starting soon screen? No, it's not. Oh, wow. Look at me go. It's the old color layout. Pre-camera. Long before pre-camera. And this is before Soybean. What was it? Yeah, this is before Soybean was in the chat. She joined during this playthrough. God, that happened so long ago. The only group of people older than I think like the pre-Soybean group is the pre-Clone Boom, Sundown, TND.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there.
And
Curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past.
maybe
right?
one more. They all came in the Valkyria Chronicles 4, which is the first when I stopped playing Dead by Daylight on stream to start streaming JRPGs. Yeah, see the Tales of Berseria is 16 parts long. Oh, it's long. It's very long.
This looks like some kind
But
of
if you ever
research
need background
facility.
noise, hey man, that's a lot of hours of
Secreted away
background
in the
noise.
Forbidden Zone.
I don't think the EX
Why am
dungeon
I
is on there
past
though.
being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
But the
Let's
whole
check it
main
out.
story is
Might give us a new lead.
the EX dungeon is basically 24 hours of just me talking with no real story happening in the background.
I think I can make this work.
Ah, yes. Renan.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Oh.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more.
Hold on.
Research into utilizing force field crystals
This seems really
for the purpose
important.
of stable
And
astral
then I'll go
energy
through the list.
containment.
Because I have a list.
That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it?
I found the
Did you
most
find
important
something?
thing
It's
real
a list
fast out of
names
luckiness.
With the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign.
Uh-oh.
It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait. I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
You sure did, bud.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Oh god.
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
That checks.
But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
Wow.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days
He's
on
gonna say,
Rena.
I kind of did think so
we
too,
were
if I'm being
told.
honest.
But
But
according to these records,
I should have known
there have
Volron
only
was the
ever
other
been
one.
2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena.
Yikes.
The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman? It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme.
Good thought, Shion.
She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
If there is a Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately.
Inconvenient.
I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
Well, will I?
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well.
We'll save. We'll let this play in the background while I talk.
Only two.
What am I gonna play?
over
All of the
300
Fire Emblem
years.
games is coming soon.
So why has
In
the
early
experiment
February.
only succeeded twice
I
in
plan
all this
on
time?
playing the first
And
3
if that's the
front mission
case,
games.
Why keep on doing it?
Skyrim,
other way?
Triangle
Or
Strategy,
could there be some other reason?
because I've never played Skyrim. Let's see.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
Triangle Strategy. The other Scarlet Nexus route I haven't
Just a
beaten.
little shaken, that's
Doing a
all.
new playthrough near
I
Automata.
knew what I was already. So it's not like it's a
The new
surprise.
iSomnium game that's coming out I'm gonna play.
It's strange.
And there's
all this rage
another
inside of
Spike
me, but I
Chunsoft
don't
game
even
I
know who
think that's
it's
coming out this
for.
year that I want to try.
I'm scared that I'll put a face to it. Just to have someone to
After
blame.
that,
If that were to happen,
if it's somehow
then
not 2040,
then we'd help you fight
Um,
it before you ever got that far.
the entire Witcher trilogy,
Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah.
all the
we
Metal
wouldn't
Gears
just sit by and
games.
watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
Splinter Cell,
If you ever start to lose your way,
and then
you
I
can
have like
count
I
on
want
us
to play
to guide you
Subnautica at
back,
one point in Breath Edge,
to remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attempt
but I might play
there, should
Breath
you
Edge
ever have
off
need.
stream.
Thank you, everyone.
Probably do Dark Souls 3.
I think I'll be okay now.
That vision we saw. It
That's
was
probably
as
my
if
list.
It was meant specifically for us.
Oh, and then a couple other
make
smaller
of it?
strategy games. Banner of the
Do
Maid,
you still think the will of Dana might be
Himeko,
involved somehow?
Himeki or
Maybe
something like
it's trying
that.
to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost type stuff.
Those types of things.
That's
Yeah, of
your
course.
grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if
Sounds
a
good. I
place
don't know
is
most of those
full
games, but
enough
looking forward to
astral
it.
energy,
Yeah, sounds
it
good.
can somehow show us events that happened
Oh,
centuries
Resident Evil
ago?
2
More to the point,
remake.
how does that much astral energy
I'm gonna do at one
gather in
point.
place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived.
So I
here
think
in
it's about the
Pact for
only horror game I
300
plan,
years.
and Resident Evil 3
Whoever
remake.
left
And if
it
they
for
do a
us,
remake of
the
4, like a
strength of their
full one, I'll
intent
probably
is
play that as
beyond
well.
doubt.
The strength of their intent.
I never played Dark Souls. I could never get a good sale on them. It can be tough to get good sales on
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of
some
dreams.
games. Like
Yet here I
you have
am,
that price point
standing
you
within
don't
its
want to go
hallowed
below, and
halls.
they just won't dip
It's off
below it.
limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin?
Good
Whoever
question.
the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, sovereigns and forbidden zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was.
I also played Resident Evil 2
now,
recently. I haven't played
finally time to
RE3 yet because
discover
people are
this
saying a new
area's
edition
true
might come out this year.
purpose,
Really?
and why
Ooh.
it was kept hidden
I'm glad I
behind
waited
the
then.
scenes for so long.
That's all the extra skits. This looks suspiciously like the area that we ran through when we were in our when we regained our memories. Gold? Okay, I'll take the 3 life bottles. Big time stopped itself here. Another warp pad. Nope, maybe not. It's another vision first. This is gonna get old really quick. Yeah, a lot of content was cut from the remake, and people were mad, so images of a Nemesis edition. Oh, okay, okay.
Don't talk.
Good on them.
I have to do this.
Well, they're gonna make money from it, so not good on them. But like, still cool.
The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought.
Interesting.
Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it.
Huh.
I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
Shake my head. You're gonna make a lot of people mad.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
That seems like the final vision you could give me, because that's his whole.
Now that
That's
you
the
know
whole
how she
thing now.
felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. It made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
I don't know if that dialogue it's like interrupted and doesn't like continue if I go to the next area, so. Oh god, boss fight. Wait, what? No? Huh? They haven't, you're right, they haven't explained the whole Thorns thing yet, but like, that could be explained by the villain. Villain could tell us all that, the whole Thorns thing. Bro, what the fuck?
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
Very good.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Oh.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
What is going
It's been
on?
a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time.
Can you see how bright
It's like
the screen is?
she's speaking directly to us.
Yeah, it's getting brighter.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony.
My
The purpose
eyes.
of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks.
Oh.
That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Okay.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out.
Wow.
All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the
Yes.
destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find
Who needs a
way to
light
dispose
when
of
you
it.
can just get
Anything to make up for
flashbanged?
my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself.
Ooh.
In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma
It's like
seemed
the
to be my
ultimate.
best bet.
You're learning now. It's telling you now. It's the seal to Sovereign's
That
power.
at least would hold the astral energy dormant.
They're telling you everything right
Assuming that
now.
no
If I'm
malevolent
being
third
honest,
party
like
got to it first. With the Sovereign
I
and
think you're
Maiden's
just too picky
combined
about the
power,
titles.
Perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's
Okay.
what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be.
Hmm.
The Renis Alma was lost, and Alfin the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new
Well, if you paid
Renis
attention,
Alma
then you
to be
know.
crafted, and for a new sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well.
Ah, here's the thorns.
Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that
Huh?
Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Stylish.
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
It's getting too happy.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Woohoo!
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop.
The fuck do we go?
Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that...
Well, it looks like we're going to
lose
use these
control of
costumes for the
myself.
rest of the game because
She
it makes more
stopped my
sense.
rampage and saved my life.
Even though the other ones are cool,
That
but
power
these are
she
kind of
sealed away was
story
passed down
related,
to
so we're going
you.
to skip
I'm so
using these.
sorry, Shion.
Switch, not skip.
It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories.
Is the reason for your curse.
The Thorns.
I really
All
could
those
not
words
have
of
guessed that the Thorns were going to be the bad
But
guy.
once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
I thought they were just going to be like an
Thorns are
interesting
gone.
character quirk
I
the whole
never
time.
dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live
Wahoo!
a normal life.
Giving
There are a
Law,
lot of
I love
things
that,
still
yeah.
wanna do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Cool. Latest Maiden. Free AG. Is this reduced art casts? Oh, yeah. Swapped. Ooh, hello. An advanced healing art that restores all allies H. Yes. Forget everything else. Give me the mass heal. A sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out all of their latent power so as to carry the spirit channeling ceremony. Gemini garb given the chosen sovereign. Chosen maiden. Oh, so okay. What do we got? We got. Oh, that sword looks awesome. I love how high her stats are at this point. Like, our base stats give us so much more of everything. There we go. Perfect. Now we go this way. There's so many warps. I mean, there's only so much more they can make us travel without having us fight one of the bad guys.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Oh boy. Yo, this is a this is a final boss
Sounds
looking
like this
arena.
Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing
No
less.
sound.
From the
You hear
sound
that
of
in the
things,
background?
she didn't
I'll shut up for a
focus on
second after this.
differences, least
No
of all
music.
those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
It's just an ominous, like, in the background. That's so unsettling. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, here we go.
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
What part? The fact he's chained up?
Powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself. Reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Uh-oh.
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman!
And so it
So
begins.
we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
There's more than
How
one.
is that even possible?
Oh God. What the hell?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
This is so weird.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Elfin. If we don't fight...
They have a shared HP pool?
We may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
That's it!
It would appear the answer to my question is yes. What do? Billy, there is so much that has happened in the last 3.5, 4 hours. Everything's not as it seems. These weird monsters rule over the world. The game turned into a fucking mindfuck thing. How you doing?
Now you've gone and ticked me off. Jill! Hurricane far enough!
Oh god. Oh god. Oh, well these are what the Black Eye Girl oh my god. This is what the Black Eye Girl actually looks like apparently. These little monsters. And there's more than one. And there's the last lord that we beat the shit out of. If you thought this couldn't get any more crazy, plays the song Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. Jesus Christ. It's, you know what this reminds me of? Like, truly what this makes me think of? This makes me think of Scarlet Nexus. This makes me think of Spike Chunsoft games. This makes me, like, think of, like, those really bizarre, really, like, mind-fucky sci-fi games. Yeah, these are all the exact same Black Eye Girl. But also different ones, because they're one and the same and also different. Also, this is, if nothing else, this is at most a warm-up to the real final boss, at the least. At the least, it's only phase 1. Let's just grab like a, lemon gel. Grabbing Revitalize was also a really good idea. I'm gonna compliment myself on that. That sounds bad.
Need to pull myself together. I never miss. Denied. You're finished. Take this.
The music in the background is also like faint, if even there, and just disconcerting. They're saying like a just the perfect range. Oh god. Oh no. They're going blue.
Not now, not ever. Where are you going?
Yeah, Revitalize was such a great idea. Can't even tell when I'm attacking. Hold on. Down.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar!
Beautiful.
I'll heal you.
If they share the same health bar, I assume they're collective black. Yeah, probably. It's good guess. The combat didn't immediately end. We're going back to that combat.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Not in the slightest.
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve.
Nice.
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Yikes.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You
We put a giant hole in his stomach.
Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think?
Yikes.
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're
No
all
idea.
titles given by someone else.
Because
Plus, what
he's
kind of
he,
ruler
he's
would spend
a
all his
villain.
time chasing Alf, who happens to be another
There's
sovereign?
more reasons than that, but
Idle prattle.
he's upset
I
that
proved
he
my
he
worth
lost
and
to
the
us.
sovereign's powers were granted to me.
See?
Were they really? We already know the title of sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments.
That's
and
it.
they
Yeah.
still kept coming
Hey,
back to
David.
Dana. There must
How
have
you
been some
doing?
vital reason
Welcome
their
to like
subject had to
the
specifically
end
be a
of
Dana.
Arise.
Then there were the records we found in the library for you and Volron.
How have you been?
They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
My roommate told me I
Then
was.
you mean
Oh,
Boron was
well, you're not
kidnapped
ugly.
just like Alphen?
It's okay. Don't listen to your roommate.
Then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
Uh-oh.
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters.
I've wanted a villain that's just evil like this for so long. I'm so happy.
All others and take what is right
Actually, we
from
had
you,
one in Fire Emblem
starting
7.
with This.
Oh. That's bad.
A red woman?
Another one? Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
What?
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Outfit!
I need to play this. Love me some Tales. This is a very, very, very good game. And also one of the weirdest I've ever played. Hey, it's heart-shaped. This is a hell of a distance to clear. Oh! Hey, you can let go now, dude. You don't have to. Okay, I was about to say you don't have to keep getting fucking.
Be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Bro, I don't know. I don't know what your plan is, but like.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Burning alive!
Are you two okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Bro, what the fuck?
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
No, we didn't see a body. We didn't see a body.
Those
He's coming
red
back.
women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers and Faria in a trance?
That was pretty pathetic.
What? Those brainless things?
What a way to go.
Either way, they've done a runner with the Renus Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the Motherland.
I have a guess.
If that monstrous form's their
This
true
is
identity,
it.
I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this.
I'm kind of embarrassed for Volron, not gonna lie.
Already, so it's unlikely they'll have
Oh, why is that? Why do you guys think that that was an embarrassing end for Volron?
Then we're agreed.
Getting tied up and burned alive?
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
Oh, that was some good
He
levels.
seemed to care not one whit about Renan or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
Okay. I cannot fast travel. That is so sad. Which means there are more cutscenes. The great thing about lurking is that when I come back to my PC, I learn that T streams until 3-ish in the AM and now 4 more hours, so channel points end up quickly. Backward. I didn't, it wasn't 3-ish yesterday. It was, it was 6-ish. I needed that speed run completion. Oh, he already got pegged in the chest by Alphen. That's true. That's so true. Yeah, I'm becoming nocturnal for the next like day or two, and then I'm gonna go right back to a regular sleep schedule, and thank the fact that I'm only 22, and can do that. I have to catch a flight at 5 in the morning Thursday, so I don't want to miss it. And I have a class that goes till 9:30. So I figure I'll just sleep early, stay up for the night, sleep on the plane, and then we're good to go. Forgive me, but I hate you only for your age because I am jealous. It's all good. I totally understand. One day I won't be able to do it either, and I'm going to be very sad. Let's beat him up.
I'll do my best. Bring him down.
At this point, full run of this boy is just the stop. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the hell? There are meteors everywhere. Goodbye. Where's Soybean? Soybean is probably not here because this is way past where she is in the game. And so she doesn't want spoilers. That'd be my guess. She might still be here in spirit. I don't know.
Nice.
She does not usually miss a lot of my streams, so it is a fair question, I guess. What damage do I want? Defeat all lights that emerge from the wedge. Oh. No. Increase near-death defense, elemental defense. That doesn't help me. Strength and counter edge. Shion. Save. Save. Hold. Extra pen. And we're almost... Oh God, we need to do... We need to do so much for him. You surpassed Soy's playthrough already? Handily.
No scratches on my shield or my armor.
You didn't beat all the... I didn't beat all 4 of the dungeons. Like, I haven't beaten the water one, or I was gonna do that post-game. You only have to beat the fire monster. Everything else is, way higher level. Like, the water temple is all level 51 monsters. Or 50 and 53 and stuff. I plan on doing all that, either off stream or more likely during one of my breaks from Fire Emblem, because like I sincerely love the combat in this game and don't mind grinding out everything, and I really want to platinum this. Well, not platinum, I guess, technically, because I'm on Steam, but... And I'm very close to finishing Persona 5 Strikers Platinum, so... And then I got like 1 or 2 more achievements left, question mark? And I figure I'd just do this in my new Platinuming game. Well, that's a lie. I'm gonna do this in Hearts of Iron as usual. I've been getting Hearts of Iron achievements like crazy lately, which is really nice because like there's a lot of them, but for whatever reason I've actually been getting them at an actual rate. So maybe one day I'll finally be able to stop playing it. Ow!
You made me angry. Now I don't have much left. Appreciate the help.
Woo!
I'll take you all on.
I see, yes, best of luck with the Earth Temple. There's no mini-map, and the enemies there are level 16. If you don't memorize where you came from, you may lose your orientation after. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, I will almost certainly get lost. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I'm very easily lost, too, which doesn't... it's not a good combo, you know?
Consider yourself finished.
You don't worry. I don't want to set this game down as soon as I beat it. It's too good for that, and like everything is just way too well made for me to want to do that.
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I've also been doing too much grinding and like too much like prepping for post game on stream to just not do the post game then.
No choice. Azure Storm. Hurricane Wind. Head to the shadows. Orochi's Spida. No further.
Root him. Come on. No! No, he dodged. Oh.
Stand back. I'll trip it up. Not today.
Damn it. I found Wind Temple hardest myself, and I am known to grind a lot. Really? Just high level enemies, or like what made it so difficult? Because I know the wind's like really bad with poison. Just everything poisons you. I'm dealing more. I can't even. Can't even get the boost strikes in. AoE spam. Oh, yikes. Okay.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Doe?
That sounds terrible, TND.
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
The girl looks so bizarre. I don't know what it is about her
Avakir
face shape.
fills me in about everything.
It just doesn't
About
seem
how I
like it
ambushed
seems
you
like
all.
it's not correctly. I don't know.
She doesn't remember a
Compared
thing.
to like the main
So
characters.
she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once.
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like
She looks
this
like a
happened,
robot.
the
That's kind of
Sovereign
yeah,
would
yeah.
issue
That's a good way of
decree.
explaining it.
But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy...
I would literally
they'd-
turn around and go,
There's no time
Alphen,
to
do the
explain
thing,
now.
and have him just
Sounds
throw
like
the
we need to
crest
find
up
a way to
behind him.
keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
Oh, is there another sort of
At
bullshit
ease.
quest between here?
Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Dohalim.
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign
Oh,
said
good.
anything?
Okay, it's just like a character building thing for him.
Explain what's going on?
Is it
No.
over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elder Menancia.
Look up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead.
Smart.
You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope.
Wahoo! What a great
I will be honored
speech.
to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Hey, turned on. You stalled it just long enough.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return.
Cool.
But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is,
You were always different. What a line. What a beautiful line. Heartfelt.
I feel like
Hits me in the soul right
maybe
here.
Now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do.
He's
hold
not
down
like
fort
the
here
other
in Lenegis till you
boys.
get back. Thank you.
Ooh.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them.
Ugh.
Besides, with
There
you
goes my shoulder.
leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world.
Woohoo!
Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
I can't tell how long Rena is going to be. It really could be the longest part of the game by far.
I couldn't have
Or
done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
go this way. I'd say 3 hours more at best. Well, hello there, Mies Mama. Yeah, it's me, you know. Does that best mean, like, at most? Or, like, the fastest? There's a mod here. There's mods here now, Tate. I'm curious if your fun fact is as fun. I'm kidding. Go on. You know about the Boston Trails in the Sky that you think is stupidly unfair and hard? Yes, it's dumb. It's a dumb boss. And no showing me some guy who grinded for 40 billion hours or spent 6 days crafting a master strategy is going to convince me otherwise of that. But your fast and my fast is different. Very true, very true. We'll find out. We'll see. I assume it's a good dungeon. That's 20 times more ridiculous. Oh. Oh, that honestly, that news is even worse than you telling me that someone beat it, like, first try at, like, level 1. Yeah, man, you're not really selling the I should keep playing the Tales of series. Judged by things like loudest burper, most flagellant, best gaslit, gatekeep, girl boss, you know, superlatives. The triple G, gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. What can I say? You ran into T_Swizzle777 in Battlefield 5. Really?
Find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding
Also,
more
good for you
questions.
for playing. Well,
You can say that again. And now
I
we
thought
have
you said
more
Battlefield
problems
1,
to
so I was
fix,
gonna say
too.
good for you. Battlefield
Like
5.
figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
I still like to make fun of them for the. If you don't like the game, then don't buy it. And it being one of the worst selling launch titles they've ever released.
Yeah. Which is why we're going
So
to
if
the
you
Renan
ever
home
see me in the game, the only usernames I have are T-Swizzle,
The answers we've been looking for are on that
T-Swizzle01,
person
and
responsible
T
for all
swizzle with
this.
7s
Red
instead of
Woman
Z's.
and the Renaissama.
Those are the only variations of my name I use in every single
The
game.
answers have to be there.
But that's great that you saw one
Are
with the
we
T
prepared
underscore
to
swizzle
finally
and triple
find them?
7s.
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld.
It was
or what we might
almost as
face
good as
once
the
we
War Thunder
arrive.
Tanks game where I found like
We should get a
A2's
feel for
mommy
how
or
things
something
are on
like
the
that.
ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible
Like
that
utterly
the first thing we're
stupid. By the
going
way,
to
T, what
face
did
is an attack.
Let me finish this real
If we
quick
come
and
across
I'll tell you where it
cavalry,
came
we
from. Because T swizzle. Oh, what the fuck? We're sitting here prepping for an attack, and these fuckers just show up. There is no underscore, yeah. Yeah, this looks like a... Y'all. We just got Gurren Lagann. Gurren Lagann, I guess is the better way of saying that. We're being attacked by the anti-spirals.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Oh no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all, Clone.
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing
I
to
almost
a
got one I
different
could get for like
destination.
$7.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off
I
before
know.
we can land?
Okay, good.
Everyone, look there!
What? Oh my god, the planet was fake. And Lenegus is just a transferal thing? What is going on? So, if I may, when did this turn into a fucking Final Fantasy game fighting Sephiroth? Well, here, look, it's the Nier flower now. It's the Nier replicant flower when you beat ending E, the remake ending. Yeah, this game is wild. This game is wild.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegus is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose
And
all
Clone, about the beginning of this stream.
That's true. Do you think the people back on Lenegus are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Oh my god.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
I have clearly missed.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegus. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
A great deal of vital lore.
So what? We're just stuck inside here.
At
floating
least
around?
4 to 8 hours of it.
For how long?
But it's okay. You don't need it.
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here?
Imagine watching somebody
We're
beating the
watching
second
Dana
Lord
die before our eyes, and we have no
and then
choice
go,
but
I
to
wonder
sit
what the
here
end of
and
the game
starve
is
to
like.
death?
And then you
Oh,
switch
calm down.
streams and you switch to a guy who is right here. Like, imagine the jump.
Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Ugh.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is
Enjoy the
different.
6 straight levels
Something
of war,
is pulling our
yeah.
ship in towards it.
Uh-oh.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegus in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey,
They're
If they wanted to attack us, they
women
could've done
whose
so while we were
eyes
back
are
on the
completely
starship.
black
We
clone.
should see where this path
And
takes us.
they're the ones that put our ship into the. You want the red girls in near? You know, that's a good point. Go because of his VA. Hate the fuck. You don't like Bryce Papenbrook? I guess. Well, I guess not. I'm getting super hungry. Do you guys see the problem I have here? Like, I am so hungry, my stomach is actually starting to, like, do the thing. Because I thought, oh, yeah, we could probably do, like, 5 hours and be done. So here's what we're going to do instead. I'm not going to order food. And nor am I going to end the stream. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk downstairs. And I'm going to put some water on. And I'm going to come back up. And I'm going to play, like, 10 minutes. And then I'm going to go downstairs. And I'm going to put some pasta in the water. I'm going to come back upstairs. I'll play about 10 minutes. And then I'm going to go back downstairs. I'm going to strain all the water out. I'm going to bring the pasta up here with me. And then I'm going to turn my camera off while I eat. We're going to keep playing the game. So with Tate's very violent hatred towards Bryce Papenbrook for some reason, I'll be right back. I return. I turn both cameras on. Oh, hold on. I forgot to do this. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Let's try that again. Steam issuing refunds for Battlefield 2042 against their own policy. Steam. Wait, what? What? Set the timer for 10 minutes. Pause. Hold on. Excuse me? Battlefield 2042's player base has already dropped below the 10,000 mark. Steam is prepared to offer refunds to anyone who does not meet the policy's restrictions, which include having purchased the game less than 14 days ago. Oh. Well, backward. Let me just tell you this. Somebody made a parody game called Clownfield 2042, and it got a better IGN review score. 2042 is rift with bugs. I think its gun selection sucks. I didn't even buy it. I've seen one of my buddies play it. I think the gadgets are really gimmicky and stupid and don't go well, and it looks visually really bad. Like, Battlefield 4 looks better graphically than 2042 does. I mean, so does 1 and 5. Like, I can't really give those games shit. And it's a mess. On par. But the problem is, you know, like with CD Projekt Red, they kind of just went, yeah, we fucked up. I want to read this. Hold on, this looks great. This looks great. Oh, I love this. I reel in this. They've taken, for example, the EA DICE has taken down the Battlefield 24. Is this true? Is this real? Am I just being fed bad news? Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to eat pasta, but I'm not eating it yet. I have to cook it. Or did they request to get taken down? Oh my god. Yeah, basically the game is a mess, and EA can't release a game that works and then not blame every single one of the players that bought the game for being upset when it doesn't work. That's generally how Battlefield launches have been going.
I still can't
And
get
the
over
Anthem
what we
launch.
saw happening outside the starship.
And the fucking Mass Effect Andromeda.
Right about now.
And honestly, has there been a game that
I've only ever seen
EA's
Rena
released
from the
lately
surface of
that's
Dana,
done well?
So I figured it was just another
Besides
realm
Apex?
planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies.
Also,
that
Cyberpunk
floated
works now,
amongst the stars in the heavens.
which is nice. So it's
But to
like,
think that they
or
lied to
mostly
us, not
works.
only about the sovereign
It's like
and the crown
98% there.
contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's
Apparently I can access the central level.
find them.
What's the lower level? Can't go there either.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Methinks you should smash it.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
Yes. No?
It doesn't look like it can move.
What?
Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
Huh?
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Havrect?
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that. Just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women?
Yeah, the flower.
Pulling their strings?
Well.
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Bro, what
Oh,
is
goody.
going
More
on?
riddles.
Thank you, Law.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil.
Helgenquin.
The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time.
Very
but not our
specific.
true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden
Quest
Zone
1.
on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its
Find
own,
your pet
I don't
cat.
see why
Hey,
Rena
Fateburn.
wouldn't.
Quest 41.
Maybe not, but
Kill an
think about what you're
interdimensional
saying.
planetary
If
god.
Dana has a will like Rena,
It's
then
a
that would
JRPG,
mean that
alright.
we've been controlled by the voice of
How you
Dana
doing, Fate?
this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of
Right,
Rena's
very,
great
very nice,
spirit.
very nice.
Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did.
When
The wedge and Lenegis
they
are
stop
where
talking
so much
next,
of that energy had been
I gotta run
accumulated.
downstairs and put pasta in the
The
thing.
Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy.
Oh,
And the
okay.
pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Yeah, instead, the whole world would have been gone.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First,
Is there a way to
was
pause
confirm
these?
the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Oh!
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
I like him.
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil?
I haven't even thought about getting their hats. I love their hats.
No.
They're little great little dolls.
My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
Being cut off.
In spite of our long service to the Great
Yeah,
Spirit,
done.
our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix
It's
your
perfect, right? It's great. They get to wear little
Others?
chibis of them.
Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Dick Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
Well,
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
they bobble too. All right, real quick, I got to go throw pasta into the water that now is boiling, and then we're gonna go find these guys. I'm gonna come run back up, and then we're gonna find them, and then I'm gonna run back down and take the pasta out, And then life's good. I can eat while we play a game. We're back. Pizza, pasta. Thought about just getting McDonald's. Haven't had like fast food in a long. But like, we'll see how the pasta goes. Oh, so I forgot to turn the camera on and off.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it.
No, don't do a recap.
Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes
No?
the world.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe?
I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is
What's
one
wrong,
other thing
clone?
that concerns me.
Is something the matter?
How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Aliens. You're welcome.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Oh shit! Thank you for the sub, TND. 19 months. 19. Thank you. Please enjoy the penguin emotes. I'm hoping to get some new, I don't know when I'll get the new ones up because I'm getting the illustrations done next. But, like, thank you. I really do appreciate it. And I appreciate all the time you have spent over the last 19 months. We don't need the explanation allegory, no. I'm okay with like a, hey, it's been 15 chapters. Do you want a recap? And then they offer a recap to you. I don't like... What is going on?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
That voice is familiar.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
Thank you.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do
Oh,
you?
they're spoon-feeding this to me, aren't they?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Hello, ma'am.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel with Hevric 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevric 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What
Convenient.
do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans.
Off to work, see you later.
As
See
long
you,
as they don't do
TND.
anything obvious, a Renan
Thank you,
won't
thank
see
you.
one, even if it's right in front of them.
Hope you have a good day.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected.
Huh.
It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
Ah.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevric 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright.
After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back.
Oh.
We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead.
Things are going
well.
just fine with the Overseer.
Okay.
Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further.
That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
If only she knew. Not gonna lie, I keep hearing Helgonquin and my brain just goes straight zip to Helgen and the Helgas from the old Killzone games. I think Helgen like the city of Helgen, or whatever the fuck the voice is for Skyrim. There really are okay. So I have there's a minute left on this timer. Last pause. I'll be back in a minute or two, and we'll be going to them for real. Thank you so much for sticking with us. See you, Tharia. Good timing. Alright. I got a bowl of pasta. And we're just gonna munch down on this while we talk to this guy.
Do you know anything about a
Then my
spirit
camera will come
channeling
back.
plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes.
I hope everyone's doing well.
Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied.
And we know about that.
The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well.
Oron?
It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point,
300
it's likely
years.
that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He
Oh,
talks
we're
like
about
the
to make some things
potential end of
happen.
The world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
And lastly, you. You got
Can
me.
we talk to you for a few minutes?
Will you tell me where you
Sure.
people came from?
It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From
Oh.
Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Here we go.
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Yep, that adds up.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Of course.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil.
There aren't.
That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on
Oh,
their
this is
work
Talos and
with great
Jaffe.
spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their
Nanomachines, son!
You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
Alright, no my pasta.
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then
You
so
mean
be
the
it.
Dana? Ignorance?
Anyway,
How would you know
the
what Earth
Helganquil
means?
are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
I think he does.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
The Earth. Yeah, but how would you know what the Earth is?
Feels like our whole world has been
Because that
turned
word's
upside
based
down.
off of Earth.
Is there anything we know that's still true at this
I
point?
awake again.
Seriously,
Hey, Nix.
I'm still trying to process the fact
What
that
the
we
fuck?
Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to
This is
believe and take
insane.
in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
I can't
To
imagine
get
there's much
that
less of
energy,
the much
Great
left of the
Spirit took
game.
control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
Am I
That's
going
a
to
good
talk
idea,
to everyone
Kisara.
individually again?
If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now.
Nix, how many hours do I have
We
left of
aren't
the
in any
game?
immediate
This is
danger,
going to depend on whether
so we
I
should be
finish the
okay.
game tomorrow during a short
Sure you don't
stream,
wanna be alone right now?
during a regular length
I
stream,
could ask
or
you the
tonight.
same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on
Oh,
everyone's
she owns
minds too.
partnering with us now. Okay.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Your party disbanded.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up.
Neato. Maybe an hour if you just go straight to the dungeon.
Beach spot.
We'll just do it then. I'll get the work I have to get done tomorrow morning.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it.
You don't want to get
As
Alderaan?
for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But
Sure.
at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Fair enough. Okay. I actually realize I have a couple things I have to do, not just one or two. So I'm going to call stream here, and I'm going to beat the game if I can tomorrow. If I can't, then I'll see you guys on the 24th. No, it'd be the 25th, I think, actually. Technically. With this, I'll have probably a stream intermittent before then, but we're gonna raid Big Bird because I saw he was live. But yeah, I just checked I just got a text and let's raid out. If you guys have emotes, please use them. If you're new here, consider following all that stuff. I have a Discord if you're interested, a YouTube channel with all my past VODs and playthroughs, and I'm in a band. There's my things. We'll raid Big Bird. Easy as pie. Easy, easy, easy. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the time you spent with me, and I will see you later. Peace.
So the goal is to get her horny, essentially, right? Is that what you're saying, Moki?